Ma'am, please say and spell.
Oh, fuck. Hello and welcome back to True Crime Metrix, everybody's favourite witness on the stand. Is it the favourite witness on the stand? It's Wendi Adelson. Sister of accused Charlie, brother Charlie, sits accused of the first-degree murder of her ex-husband and father of her children, Professor Markel, Dan Markel, who was gunned down at his Tallahassee home on July 18th, 2014 in Tallahassee, Florida. By who? By Sigfredo Garcia. Who is Sigfredo Garcia? Well, he's the baby daddy of Catherine Magbanua, who was dating accused Charlie Adelson, brother of Wendi, who was the ex-wife of the guy, Markel, that got shot. Also accompanying Garcia was his lifelong brother, Latin King boss, Luis Rivera, who told everything. He told everything. He got a sweet deal. And why not? All of this code of silence bullshit, you know, you hang over a life sentence or the death penalty, and those loyalties, they fade, don't they? Pretty quick. Back in the day when you were looking at, well, we'll give you 25 years and you'll be out in 12. You know, you'll be out in 12. Yeah. That's easier to deal with, but the death penalty, not so much. So Wendi's on the stand today, folks. She's actually, we're going to go through the whole of the direct testimony. Of course, Wendi only testifies for the state because the state is the only one that can afford her use and derivative use immunity. If she's called as a defense witness, they can't do that, so she invokes the fifth. In fact, she doesn't invoke the fifth. She has her lawyer do that for her, John Lareau. Oh, we've got to turn the mic up. We've just had a text message, WhatsApp message, encrypted from Mission Control. How did that get down to 86%? We need to go back up. We're going up, up, up. We're going to hit 130. I think that would be good. 130. How's that? Is that a better audio? Are we having a great audio day at True Crime Metrics? Where were we in the story? Yeah, of course she's testifying for the state, which means essentially that she's testifying for the state who is seeking to convict her own brother, right? Although she kind of loosely outlines her disbelief that she perceives that Charlie had anything to do with this. But how strong is that assertion? Not very much. In fact, I think, and this is the lens that we'll be watching this through today, folks, I think Wendi's an attorney. She understands the standard of evidence. She would have understood, as would everybody really, she would have understood how insurmountable the state's case was against her brother. And probably, considered Charlie to be a lost cause, without an act of God, some crazy jury member that just said not guilty for the fuck of it. I mean, it was never going to happen. You're going to get 12 members of a group of your peers to say not guilty when this is the evidence. Get out of here. So what would Wendi be there to do if she considers Charlie to be a lost cause? Well, it's quite possible. And we'll be taking notes as we move through her testimony today. It's quite possible that she just decided to take the opportunity to bolster her own declaration of innocence, as she remains and still remains to this day an unindicted co-conspirator in the same murder. The state believed that she knew and planned and everything like that. So that's what we're going to be looking at today. And we're going to be walking through the direct testimony and most of the cross. Daniel Rashbaum takes it up to the bone. And Judge Everett says we got to finish, and it bleeds into the next day. So that will be tomorrow. We'll be finishing up the cross tomorrow, followed by redirect from the state. And of course, Wendi will be called back at some later stage with some... Oh, what was that thing? When Jeff Lacasse, after Jeff Lacasse has testified, Wendy's called back for a impeachment review. But that'll be for another day. Right now, we're looking at Wendi Adelson on the stand.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
That answer has changed each of the 3 times she's testified. First time it was Broward. Second time it was Miami. Third time Coral Springs. Okay.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work, and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
Yeah, I'm part-time. I got a shitload of benefit out of my ex-husband's death. I got, $4,800 a month. Fucking hell. What kind of benefit is that for 2 kids? $4,800 a month? I know you live in Miami, but we don't need to eat sushi every fucking day, right? Okay? They've got enough Ralph Lauren polos. They can wear something from the thrift store. $4,800 a month. And it doesn't stop there, does it? There was all sorts of stuff. What do you do for work, Miss Adelson? Not that much, not that much, no. No, I'm usually, I wake up and I spend, just spending, really, spending time, spending money, spending time, spending money. And that is my day.
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Yeah. Are you a lawyer? Yeah, by training, only by training. My knowledge of criminal law, dates back to the semester, half the semester I took 20 years ago. Come on. No, I'm going to distance myself from having any legal knowledge. I'm a simple woman. I drive a minivan.
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to you, so nothing you say can be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
Okay. That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay. Did you know Daniel Markel?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
This thing about how she answers questions like that, right? That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding? You can just say yes, Wendi, okay? But no, she doesn't say yes. She can't say yes. What does she do? She says, that is my understanding. It maintains control, doesn't it? If you just answer yes, George is the one with control, and Wendy's jumping through the hoop, the yes hoop, right? She's not going to do that. If you want to look like a dick, it's quite an effective technique in any situation. You don't have to be on fucking trial or testifying to use it. It works outside of the law. But you look like a fucking dick.
When did you meet Mr. Markel?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
Yes, I remember. Oh, I had just finished my undergrad, so carry the one. Fuck off.
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
And when did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. Mm-hmm. He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
And where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living...
Human rights. Yeah. What about Professor Markel's right to, I don't know, be alive and not be bullied and bribed and have everything ripped from his life? Yeah, what about those human rights? Just basic decency. But, so often someone as sick as this will have a job like that, right? Will be involved in charities and fundraising and helping the vulnerable people of society and concerning themselves with philanthropic activities. Because why? Because it's for fucking good cover, isn't it? Obviously. You can't base your judgment on someone's occupation alone. If you do, you're in trouble. You gotta just look at the person as well, because having a job that's advocating for human rights means dick.
On Trescott Drive at that time.
When we were married, we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And
I think she might be getting confused with her book there, because I remember when we were reading that shit book, Lily and I forget the name of the husband that's based on Dan, but they were renting a sort of shack, and she was complaining about fucking cockroaches or whatever. I don't know. We've got to get back on that. I found the book the other day. I misplaced it, and it was just behind something. When you lose something and then it shows up, and it's always behind something or under something, right? Well, I found it. So, let's start reading it tomorrow. Fuck it.
That's the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markel?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
As far as the jury's concerned here, right, we're getting a lot of clinical answers. My children at the time of their dad's death were 3 and 4. Hey, jury, you see the woman on the stand? You see the defendant at defendant's table? They're siblings. What is going on? She's not showing us that means anything to her, right? So would that be, if you were testifying and your brother was the defendant and you believed that he was wrongly accused of a crime that if he were found guilty, he would be sent away for the rest of his life, and you would, if you ever wanted to see him, you would only see him behind glass. You'd think you'd maybe have some kind of aura about you, desperation, wanting to bring information to help. There's really not much of that going on, is there?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communications, so that's why I asked about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markel was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303 sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right, and do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated in the...
Yeah, it was something more complicated. I do remember that it was all completely on my fucking terms.
Summertime, it was week...
I do remember that I gave him the right to first refusal and then denied him of taking advantage of that.
On, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. I know you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of thumb through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
Right, Udi, I've just reissued your wrench, man. Music by Brian 2024. Welcome back, son.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex.
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's on begins on page 43, and it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013 where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure I'm... Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes. Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
I'm sorry, I don't
It's
understand
been
the question.
suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful. Did you?
I think
not?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely, no.
Okay, and
So, I mean, that's bullshit, right? I mean, she was going hard on the relocation. I mean, she was, you know, Donna's saying, listen, they can go to, I forget the name of the school, fancy, something Klein Jewish Academy in Boca Raton. Better education, head-to-toe Ralph Lauren, yacht club, piano lessons, tennis coach. It's just so funny to me what these people think children need in order to have a good life, you know? I mean, we're not super privy to what life has been like for Ben and Lincoln over the last 11 years. But my sense of it from a few indicators is that they are pretty fucking detached and probably quite spoiled, but, you know, aware that there is an emptiness, you know, a lacking. Something's just not right, you know, and not just because their father was murdered, but because the things that these people have filled their lives with are useless. Fucking tennis club and piano lessons. I mean, you know. What can you do with that, huh? Well, don't get me wrong. It's great to learn the piano, but the thing that is wrong is that the Adelsons have this kind of recipe, right, for what the children need. And they think if we put them in tennis lessons and piano lessons and dress them in Ralph Lauren and go on exclusive water sports excursions and etc. You know all the shit. You know all the shit that equals good, well-adjusted kid with a bright future, and it's not the case.
Aren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you thinking that?
Well, he and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby in Miami, that might work, and then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point, so that was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure, I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right, and page 46 of that document, paragraph E references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adeslon?
That's correct.
My brother that's here today.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes, that's her name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Yeah, it's great. You know, my children are with them 24/7. They pay for all their shit, and I really don't have, I get to do whatever I want in my fabulous Miami high society city. It's a good relationship.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014.
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice, paychecks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right? Mm-hmm. So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016, sound right?
They never talked to me about money, so I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
Mm-hmm. What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but...
Mm-hmm. I want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. I think you've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
10 years ago.
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it.
We've just reset our goal at the top of the chat, guys, for the awesome coming soon Metrix website, which is going to be a fantastic and unbelievable resource of information relating to this case, relating to other cases. It's going to be stacked and keep you all very busy. If you can't get enough of Adelson's, help support the website. Because, you know, you can only do so much on these platforms. Even the fancy ones like Patreon. I don't want to do it on there. We need total freedom to do what we want to do. And it's all going to be free, you know. Fuck charging people a subscription. It's all goddamn free. But if you want to support it, you can. Or buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Yeah, and please do leave a like on the video, guys. If not, you know, for the thumbnail alone, fucking nice little bit of decoupage. Peter Blake's got nothing on me. Thanks so much, Amy, for the super chat, getting us rolling, getting us started.
Emails between you and...
I'd have loved to have watched Georgia get dressed that morning. You know, I mean, you know when you've got a job to get done and you've got to be on your game and you get dressed and you got to make sure everything is on point. That would have been so cool. And it is on point.
Your mother...
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay. Mostly all from your mom.
Yeah.
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. Why didn't you respond? Could it be that you didn't want to engage in a chain of conversation that you knew would later go in to feed as a motive in the death of your ex-husband? Could it be that you knew that you were going to hand over your laptop knowing full well that those undeleted emails would be present and that General Isom would have all of the copies? Yeah, you know. What is this opinion? What is this opinion? I want to be polite to everybody. I want to be super polite to everybody. But what is this opinion that Wendi didn't know what the fuck she was doing? That didn't manipulate the shit out of her mother? You know. How do we express this in a video? Well, it's not going to be today, is it? But we need to. We need to.
Okay, and the email address says, I think
Hey, thanks so much, Mary, for the super chat. Well done, Mary.
it's something like Wendi Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names, so they've been married over 50 years, so they have a joint email address. So it's from both of them.
Okay, so what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast,
Kinda
but
scanned.
I can read it.
And what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient's schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Rauschenwald?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
Any
Number I've already
objection?
No objection.
It's 57.
57 is admitted. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here, yes.
Okay, and it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing, yes.
Okay, and she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so 5 of, well, let me look. Give me a moment. So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay,
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress when you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face,
No.
but that was a word that was only used to describe him.
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay, so in this Again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said, yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Maybe, yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Is that right? Is that right? How were you not dating more? How is that, Amy? Just walk me through it. I mean, in the 3 months that you were with Jeff, seriously, he counted 10 sexual partners. I mean, while you were in an exclusive relationship, supposedly with him. Yeah. No, she was definitely disappointed that I wasn't dating more, because I was so busy with the boys. I was in full-on mommy mode. Fuck off, slut.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young, and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip?
What would it look like? It would look like me driving down to Florida with a child sucking on each breast while I'm in traffic at the Oompa Loompa, what was it? The Humpy Bumpy road stop.
To South Florida. Would they come up here and get you, or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them, so it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So
Okay.
it was
Yeah, the Oompa Loompa rest stop.
it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right, and so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame, because not around the time of Danny's death you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was 3, no, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So
And
maybe
was it
2012, 2013.
okay? And wasn't it true that around the time of the death they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well, dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right, and your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right, and would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't
She
think
didn't
so.
do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have... Strike. Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like, if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie's going to hear a lot about?
Fuck you fucking with me.
Look forward to your show. As always, funny commentary. Find a very interesting person too. Find me a very interesting person. Well, I assure you, that is false. That is false. I'm just a coffee drinker. Thank you so much for the coffee on the mountain. Which mountain is it? I want to think Kilimanjaro. Thank you, Kilimanjaro. Yeah, we should get some beans from Kenya, from our good friend Kilimanjaro. Thank you.
Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay, so do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about... Let's go back. Let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably, at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like
At what point?
before the murder?
I mean, at what period of time before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview. So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12. I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself.
Sure.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one page?
If you'll just look at that one page for me, not that reminder. 27. Let me get to where you are. So page 27 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Says, Ms. Adelson, my parents are, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was that
Isn't
true?
that what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24, through page 289, line 1, and that's going to be, yeah.
What do you mean they would never say a bad word about your kid's father? Have you read the emails that were sent to you? Okay, I mean, what do you mean in front of the boys? Well, the boys were reporting to Dan Markel, Grandma says you're stupid. You're trying to take her sunshines away. And she'd be on the phone. No, what was it? The phone would get passed to Wendi or something, and she'd be in front of the boys and say, "Oh, stupid wants to talk to you." I mean, that is something that forms the basis for parental alienation. I mean, which is exactly the thing that Donna was citing as a concern about how if the boys are... If Dan Markel is allowed to have... How did he phrase it? You know, that matters of religion would be handled by him, and diet, I believe. So Donna said to Wendi, "Oh, can you imagine if they keep going to the synagogue with him and then they don't want to eat in your non-kosher kitchen?" I mean, you know, the healthy thing to do with that you could embrace and have fun with, and I'm sure this type of situation happens all over the world, right? Because with kosher cooking, mixing of milk and meat, it's you know, there's different bowls. For instance, if you're going to mix something, you wouldn't, you know, it's like all of the stuff has to be kept for certain purposes. And you could have a section of your kitchen, the kosher section. You know, what's wrong with that? Nothing's wrong with that. You just don't want to be at your fancy Miami parties with some weirdo Jewish kids that eat differently to the other kids and make you stand out and be different, right? That's the thing. But the thing about Donna fearing this parental alienation, like, you know, shul, 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 all I hear is shul. They always do this, don't they? They either reflect their own fear or they do this kind of self-confessing thing by accusing the other party of what they do to them, right? They do that repeatedly. It's all over the place. Donna does it. Charlie does it. I'm sure Wendy's a lone wolf in sheep's clothing, but you know, I'm sure she does it too. I just can't remember so much right now. Hello, Soap.
Didn't you say, you know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right, and who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people, but are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or potentially someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay, and of the lots of...
Yeah, and how likely was that? Yeah. He gave a student a D- instead of a C+, and the student flipped out and shot him in the face. You know, I mean, I guess that does happen on occasion, but you know, not that often. It's usually a stronger motive, like relocation. And then, oh yeah, Amy Adler's husband. Oh, God, what a fucking bitch.
People that could have been responsible, your family was one.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. I mean, that's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help.
Should that be our new coffee alert ringtone? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. No.
You, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
And back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit 56. And again, that was the filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markel say, quote, the husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence. So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true, so just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
That wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, you said lots of things.
All right, and you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markel is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markel is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids?
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. And my mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No.
And
he
that's
asked for her to
evidenced
babysit after he filed that.
Evidenced by the banana bread. And so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay. And when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation, as far as bribing, you remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do
you want me to take a look at it? Because I don't remember. It's been 10 years ago. We've had so much banana bread since then. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I think the most non-negotiable part of the divorce settlement was that we get a loaf of banana bread delivered from Dan every week.
I can see.
State's Exhibit 57. And it is page 1. Page 1, paragraph 2.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part?
Of the divorce for my mom.
Yes.
It says here that for her it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but they
Did
felt
they
like a very
result
long
in a
time.
resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it, so I don't remember talking with her about it or...
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist? A
Yes.
bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Look at Charlie.
Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see. Yes.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
What a fucking child, huh? I mean, you're in a murder trial, man. Levity is good, I guess, but you know. I'm not sure if we should be lightening the mood here.
And all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive, yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's
You want me to
not in there, but you can get back to me
Well,
with it.
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
The comment, she's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
Oh, I cut out the sidebars because I'm fancy and considerate. But it's a great time to head over to buymeacoffee.com and buyusacoffee.com at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Do you remember yesterday when she was sitting right in front of Phil Markel? Can you imagine? I mean, of all the places to sit, I can't help but think that that is a purposeful fuck you to Phil Markel. And probably some sort of photo opportunity. See, we're family. Yeah, I was going to bring Ben and Lincoln to their
So would you have
to their uncle's murder trial.
in order to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate. It might be under the initial divorce proceedings.
Okay.
It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 100?
Unbelievable. You couldn't go to the movie theater in Tallahassee with Wendi without her complaining about how the movie theater in Miami is better? There were only 2 topics of conversation during Jeff's entire relationship with Wendi. 1, what an asshole Dan Markel was. 2, how much I hate Tallahassee and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Dan Markel, and by extension, my mother, who put me with Dan Markel in the first place.
76 in that exhibit in front of you. I think it's highlighted for you. Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay. 176
Mhm.
on the page. I didn't highlight it for you. Okay. Just a moment.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay. So did you describe, at least in one occasion, being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions. And the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning,
and had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
no, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got
Yeah.
a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
If it was Miami. Not St. Louis.
Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
Yeah, loved it. Loved it. Oh, check this out, guys. See what you think Wendi Adelson would think of this place. So Gordon Ramsay went to a kitchen nightmare with sushi pizza. Not either or. A sushi pizza.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, thank you, Newly Jen, for the 3 coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Thank you so much, Newly Jen. We gotta go to this place. Is this in Miami? It's probably shut down now, isn't it? They all shut down.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying
And
relocation.
what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm
If you
sure
know?
my mom would have said something to him.
All right, so did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did, and for this I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you're going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea.
I mean, the whole thing about we'll give you $1 million so you can fly back and forth to Tallahassee from Miami. I mean, surely the sensible thing to do would be, fucking
A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, thank you, Mary Bartlett, for the coffee. Much, much. Thank you, Mary. The better thing to do would be to take the $1 million, move to Miami, and if you've got $1 million, you're not in a super rush to get another job, right? He could have worked on some literature for a while. We know he loved to do that. He could have developed the Prof's blog. I mean, what is this thing about convincing him to commute up and down from fucking Miami to Tallahassee every twice a week? You have to go on a 2-hour plane journey, or an hour. It's more than an hour, isn't it? I think it's close to 2 hours, and then with all of the fucking around at the airport, I mean, that's at absolute minimum half a day travel if you live close by to the airport. It's ridiculous. I mean, just take the $1 million and work on some fucking legal Prof's blog. You could do loads of stuff, or play the field and make sure you get a great job in Miami. I mean, what is this thing about convincing him to commute like the senators? We had some senators at our paella party, and they commute, twice a year.
It would have worked, but
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
Well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida, and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
What is this stupid voice she has? Well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have commuted back and forth to his job, so maybe. It's like she's talking to 3-year-old Ben and Lincoln, She did a lot of that in the interview, and it made me want to put my finger through my eye into my brain and just swirl it around until there's nothing but juice inside my head, inside my cranium.
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right, what about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay, and specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church. Have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time?
She did, yes.
Okay, and did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's emails.
On page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's...
What is this thing? I see this all the time. It's I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. I couldn't possibly care less. It's not I could care less. What is wrong with people?
All caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right, and Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your
No.
mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do? Is try to
Fucking
negotiate
A,
with
bro.
him
I'm
behind your
gonna
back
fucking
or deal with
fuck
this
up whoever the
situation
fuck is
behind
fucking
your
with
back?
me.
Oh, just love all your commentary. Love from Palm Beach, Florida. Hugs to soap. Thank you so much. Someone. Who is that someone? I bet it's our good friend, Paula. Thank you, Paula, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com.
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats.
No.
Yeah, definitely not. In fact, I wasn't involved in any traceable correspondence whatsoever concerning the bribe or the relocation or converting my children to Christianity and dressing them up in Nazi youth costumes, Hitler youth costumes. Oh my God. Yeah, I conveniently left all that for my mother to commit to written record while I was hanging her out to dry as a revenge motion.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right, and around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
That sounds
was.
right.
And can
It
you
was.
agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. 59, I believe.
Hey, we're doing pretty good on the likes on today's video, guys, but I think we can do better. Hit that like, hit that big thumb, hit the thumb button on the video. That would be great, guys. It does really help out the channel with the algorithm, the super algorithm that does stuff that we don't understand, but it does it, and it's great. And it loves thumbs. Hit the thumb, hit the like.
You will. Okay. Well, I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure, I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59.
Absolutely, Ryden. We need to spread the word.
Yes, that's what we did. One moment.
Ah, acapella, here you are. Yeah, I just noticed as I was adding reissuing moderator Udi with a wrench that you, my friend, Arcapella, are what is called a standard moderator, not a managing moderator. I have no idea what the difference is, but now you're here, I can put you in the main group, but I don't need to pause the video for that.
You may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time
Yes.
frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled Disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you could authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61. And were you able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move to evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State 61 is admitted.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement. The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house. He pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money, and so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal, and he said, I have compelling reasons. I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one.
What were the compelling reasons? As soon as you return my priceless heirloom Holocaust diamond engagement ring, we can talk about your fucking house. Thank you, Riding Shotgun, for the super chat.
Filing a motion to enforce the settlement agreement because he didn't do it.
Right, so you believed that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement. And he was in violation of the settlement agreement.
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
He accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the
Correct.
disclosures. Okay. All right, so
Ooh, look, we got a big red question mark. I feel like what's his name? Shit, I've just gone completely blank. Steinbeck. I feel like Carl Steinbeck. Metrix. Do you think, had Wendi planned to stop and visited a friend on her way to pass the crime scene before going to pick up the liquor, her phone would have helped her this way? No. So let me read that again. Metrix, do you think, had Wendi planned to stop and visit a friend on her way to pass the crime scene before going to pick up the liquor, her phone would have helped her this way? Can you expand on that? I'm not sure what you're driving at. But I've never heard anything about an additional stop. why she would visit a friend. And because you've put that in asterisks what do you mean? You mean a fuck friend? A fuck buddy friend? I don't know. Her phone would have helped her this way. To do what? Please tell us, Lisa number 7.
I want to ask you about...
Oh, look. 5 memberships. Welcome, Angel Baby, Harley D, Victoria Girl, Sun Lotus, and Julia Nielsen. Welcome, guys.
The motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at, this is going to be on 338.
I still want to know what Lisa number 7 was talking about. Her phone would have helped her this way. What way? So Wendy left her house, went down Centerville Road, and then stopped or tried to turn into Trescott, did a K turn, and then went on to ABC Liquor. So her phone would have helped her if she had stopped at a friend. Helped her in what way?
All right, could you just read the title, the caption of that filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
All right. And when was this filed? This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And you don't know
filed
what
this-
that means?
I mean, at the time I filed, which was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay. Well, refresh your recollection with the
Okay.
document. Goes through 340.
Okay, I have it.
Okay. So, what was it you were asking for in this motion?
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt?
Yep.
Okay. And what day was...
Cough up the money or be held in contempt. Again, so transparent that phraseology came from Donna's imagination, right? She talks like, what is that guy from that detective show, like in the 40s or something? What was it? I forget. She talks like that, you know, like a fucking pulp, the original pulp fiction, not the Tarantino.
this filed?
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right, so Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't
You remember
remember
that?
what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother Charlie that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
These text messages refresh your recollection.
Okay.
And you may have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at this one.
Okay. Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Honestly, I mean, I can read what's here, but I still don't remember
Don't
it
really
independently.
remember. And after pulling the plug on the house, there were some emails where you were saying you can't answer the phone, you're crying too hard about the house. Like you seem genuinely upset about pulling the plug on the house, but now you don't remember it?
Well, it's been 10 years,
Sure.
so a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember, is talking with the real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house, and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, it probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay, and then a few months later, on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379. I'm ask you what that document is.
Oh, look, Lisa's going to expand on her theory. Metrix. Wendy didn't stop to see a friend, but if she had, it would have given her a cover-up to try and be near Dan's house without giving herself away. Well, I don't really think Wendy minds that she was seen on Trescott, or that she feels that it's given her away, because she's got this, what do you call it? What the fuck is the red herring kind of thing going on? Why would I drive down Trescott if I knew a murder was taking place? It's she volunteers that straight away in the interview. And the readiness that she had, the cover story. I thought a tree fell down. Electrical things would happen. Now, yeah, okay, you could come up with that on the spot easily. Or it could be pre-planned. I mean, I really don't think Wendy feels that works against her at all. So, I don't know that she needs an additional excuse for being in the area.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay, and he accuses you in this filing of breach.
Lisa says Metrix, her trip near Dan's house wouldn't have been so far out of the way. She could have used it as a cover-up of being nosy to see if the job was done. Her trip near Dan's house wouldn't have been so far out of the way. She could have used it as a cover-up of her being nosy to see if the job was done. Yeah, well, like I said, I don't think she's worried about it.
In the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit.
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And ask the court to sanction you.
Yes, that's what he
And-
said.
Okay, so again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay.
There's no useless questions, We're all learning, about the case together. All questions are fantastic.
And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
No problem, Lisa. Keep them coming.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439, do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled out. in one of
On
these.
number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous.
Oh, okay. I gotta go over this again, right? How do we go back? This is fucking ridiculous. This is exactly the kind of rhetoric that a judge hates to read and have put in front of them, right?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll...
Okay, what was it? Redundant, immaterial, scandalous, and what? Redundant, immaterial, scandalous, and shit. You see?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
Impertinent. You only need one of those. You know, that is written by someone who focuses on speaking the words, not a judge reading them. You know, if you're speaking them, you can use the repetition of words that essentially mean the fucking same thing. Yeah, okay, they're a little different, but they're all, three of them are superfluous to any of the, whichever one would be the primary. Immaterial would be the best one, I guess. Then you don't need the other three. Trust me, judges hate that sort of shit.
And then if you'll go to page 439, you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion.
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it pulled out. in one of
On
these.
number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
My attorney here is responding.
Cannot move past this dissolution. I think by this stage he was tomcatting around all of Tallahassee, dipping his pen in the company ink, right? Then Amy Adler came along, and he was way over you, Wendi, with your bullshit fake life. You know, Amy Adler was a real person, a scholar, old money.
To his
Not the fucking bastard offspring of some fucking hick swindlers from Brooklyn.
pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking
Nothing against Brooklyn, by the way. Sheepshead Bay, woo!
action against your mother, and that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Plus, they've got the bridge.
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that...
Hold on, Ms. Campbell.
Yes, sir.
Court reporter
Oh,
has to respond.
I said that's right.
Isn't it in this motion that Dan Markel seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother...
You said that. That's right. I'm sorry, Wendi. The court reporter couldn't hear you through those big, fake, puffy lips.
from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450. Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markel, Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid. When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And continue, please.
In December 2013,
You don't have to say the name.
Yeah.
Your child.
my child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markel in front of the former wife, Abba, Grandma says she hates you. The children were visiting with their grandparents.
False, false, false. 4-year-olds can't repeat sentences that they heard an hour ago. Charlie told us that, and he knows best.
At that time.
Mr. Markel is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court.
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am. Page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on this.
We're doing great on the likes. I mean, we only need another 40 to get to 100%. I mean, that should be easily doable right now. I mean, let's get another 40 likes on the video. That'd be great.
And that's because Dan Markel was killed before the hearing, right?
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. Is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion. And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion, so I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother.
I don't believe I
via
did.
email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people. Your mom, Jeffrey Lacoste, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler.
Morgan Honeycutt, who's in the room, and she's going to go on about the 2 trays here, look. I mean, this is all of her fuck buddies, right? And is this one of the only fuck-ups that Wendy's done, emailing this motion to the 12 people? It's one of the only things that we've heard about a solid record.
And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion, so I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother.
I don't believe I
via
did.
email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people. Your mom, Jeffrey Lacoste,
Okay.
Renee Griggs,
Whoa.
Tova Walsh.
Okay, so Donna, Jeff, Renee, was it Griggs, Tova, Walsh,
Morgan Honeycutt, Gary
Morgan Honeycutt, Gary keeps coming up recently. doesn't he?
Cohen, Miguel Edmondson.
Sorry, was it Cohen or Owen? I think it was Cohen. It's Cohen. Is that with an H? Maybe.
Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some MEHULNYC at yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later, we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I sent it to people in July when Danny was killed.
You sent it a couple days later.
I sent
that email to 12 different people.
in March.
Yes.
Maybe for
Email.
Thank you, Maria. Cohen. Yeah, I mean, Joel and Ethan Cohen is with no H, but
Ralph Baum, do you have a copy of the emails?
isn't Leonard Cohen with an H?
Judge, what he
Yes.
was the question I was asking her that Mr. Rashbaum is referencing was about her forwarding
Yeah.
something to 12 people, which I didn't. That was not.
So there's three famous Cohens. We've got Joel and Ethan, no H, and then Leonard with the H. So it could be either or.
In the exhibit, but he does have a copy of the exhibit now. I did not introduce into evidence the email forwarding, so I think we're on the same page on
All
emails.
right. Ms. Adelson, come back in and take the witness stand.
There he is, the balloon, the hot air balloon. I hope everyone understands that is said. I say that with a full heart of love and appreciation.
You can be seated. I also have to let the
And
court
frosting.
reporter get set. She is the woman of the hour. Please bring in the jurors.
I hope that chair knows how lucky it is that it gets to have Judge Everett sit in it all day. I never thought I'd end up on this stream jealous of a chair.
Everyone can be seated. Kappelman, you can resume your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of three, so I have two older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right, and he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right, and are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
I'm closer to Charlie.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time. I was in Tallahassee. He was in South Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot, yeah.
And did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
Yeah, he came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
I mean, he had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never.
Yeah, he came up with a great business model. Yeah, it was a real good business model. What he would do is he would use his connections in the upper crust inner circles of high society to get insider trading tips from other corrupt dentists in Miami and cosmetic surgeons, and they would trade and make money, and it was great because he had the practice that was registered, re-registered between his father and himself, and changing names and having properties in holding companies in fucking rural Wisconsin, and yeah, it was a great business model because his mother would clean all the money and then put them through these these phantom ghost businesses, right? So the money would be clean, and it didn't matter how many patients that he botched, because there was all this other money, right, that the IRS couldn't trace. So it was a great business model, and he was pretty successful. Yeah. Clean teeth, clean money.
Never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
I think when I was a little kid.
What
yeah.
about as an adult?
As an adult? I mean, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15. Send me under tab 1. So this tab here.
Okay.
All right, so page 25. You find it?
Yes.
Quote, "It was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV. Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markel, right?
Pinto, welcome back, Pinto. Good to see you.
That was the joke,
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Yeah,
Okay. Well, he's hiring you.
could have been anyone. I bought you this TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. To kill who? To kill June Umchinder? I was gonna get a hitman to kill June Umchinder as a divorce present for you, Wendy. But it was cheaper to buy this TV.
The TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present.
I've forgotten that we've got June Umchinder coming up. I think she's next, but it won't be until tomorrow because Daniel Rashbaum runs out the day.
A hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He repeated the joke.
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
To other people?
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right, and who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a
Okay. Amy says that she wants a Judge Everett themed birthday party. And as far as I understand it, nowadays you can get a bouncy castle made any shape you want. Right? So we could, have one made, a really big one, shaped out like Judge Everett, right? And then you get in his belly and bounce around in the belly of the judge. What a fantastic idea. I mean, is there anything to stop us setting that up outside Leon County Courthouse for the end of the trial, of Donna's trial? as a surprise. Don't tell anyone, guys. You know, I guess we need a permit from the city, but it could be done, right?
TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have
Yes.
clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift.
Thanks, Derek. Derek likes the thumbnail, everybody. But looking at it now, it's a little yellow, isn't it? Maybe a little bit too heavy on the saturation or whatever. I was just fucking around. But I do like it. Where's the video? Oh, no.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendi Adelson,
Shit. Does anyone know where we were? I think it was about there.
was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He
How good was that? That's pretty much fucking bang on, isn't it?
repeated the joke
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
to other people.
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right, and who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have
Yes.
clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they may have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later, and yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right. And did you ever hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No,
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
Was that a...
One moment, Ms. Callen.
Yes, sir.
Under the objection.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Was that dinner a celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month because I was terrified. And if it was a celebration of anything, it was a celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a meal.
Yeah. No, it was the first time that I had eaten in a month and had any fluids. I'd hardly breathed for a whole month. And then I finally felt ready to leave the house and eat a meal. And I thought we should celebrate that. So we celebrated the fact that I was willing to go out and eat a meal by going out and having a meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through.
Yeah, I did meet her. I got total extortion vibes immediately. Something was going on.
My brother.
What was her relationship to your brother?
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No?
So she seemed like a...
No, she fit right in with all of the other Asian, trim-figured couzes that he was accustomed to banging.
typical kind of girl that he would date?
She did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you meet Whitney Kick?
I did.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was Father's Day 2014, so 9 years ago.
June 15th of 2014?
That sounds right.
So about a month before the murder?
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Approaching and showing you.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Hey, thank you so much, Pinto, for the coffees. Sorry, I just realized that the microphone has not been on mute while I am eating cashews. I hope that hasn't been disturbing anyone. It's not just cashews, man. What have we got in here? We got walnut and almond and these round ones. I'm not sure what they are.
The data associated with it.
Yes.
Okay. Is fair and accurate copy of that photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 35 in the minute.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Publish 35. All right, is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanua?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
And how long had Ms. Magbanua been dating your brother at the time this photo was taken?
I have no idea.
How many times had you met Ms. Magbanua at the time this was taken?
I think once before.
Okay, how many times did you hang out with her total?
Just these 2 times. Once at the dinner when I met her, and then once at the beach for an hour.
Was the relationship between your brother and Catherine Magbanua serious, if you know?
I don't know. I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious? Not too serious?
It never stood out to you during that time frame as like, oh, this is the one.
No.
Yeah.
All right, so you
to Charlie
mentioned you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua. What about June Umchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which one that is? She's not in the picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Umchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay, and would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, that would have been after.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanua was blackmailing your brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
So he never told you?
No.
You testified in Catherine McManaman's murder trial last year, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And she was convicted
She was convicted, yes.
of murder,
Yes, of murder.
of murdering Dan Markel,
Of murdering my children's
crime?
father, yes.
a crime for which she apparently is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay, you have no knowledge of it.
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending,
In all of the years this has been pending,
your brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know.
I did not know.
Do you?
I think Dan Rashbaum would have gotten away with a argumentative objection there. What do you think? But he's busy thinking about those that trip to Aruba. Yes, when we get there, we'll get a taxi directly from the airport to the hotel, and then the before dinner shiatsu would be good. The before dinner shiatsu in Aruba.
Know why Catherine McBanois was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm guessing administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No.
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was planning to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow.
Georgia, what is wrong with you? Wendi told us that Dan Markel frequently shared his travel information on Facebook. Okay? The killers were looking at his Facebook when they weren't reading the Prof's blog, where Dan Markel was known to put his full travel itinerary with flight numbers and departure times on a public forum. So obviously they got it from there.
We don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they knew that.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan Markel's schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Prior to Dan Markel's murder, when were you last in South Florida? Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early July, so I would have gone down to celebrate his birthday.
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adeslon on that trip?
Yes. We celebrated my dad's birthday, the whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine McBanois on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
Did Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
And was Catherine McBanois at the party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Umchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
I don't.
So,
Yeah, no one at the party. Hey, Kazza T, how you doing? Thank you so much. Loving the new version of the tune. Derek rocks, he does. Should we play it again?
could have been any one of them or none of them.
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right, so you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay. And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday, if it was... I felt like it was a weekend, so maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay, tell me about the event.
Should we check that? What day was... It was a Saturday. July 5th, 2014 was a Saturday.
You said there were family and friends there. About how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
We had paella.
Yeah, we had paella in Miami. We had an exclusive catering service in Miami, in our Miami high-rise, with a chef who didn't speak a single word of English. So me, as a fluent Spanish speaker, was called in to coordinate and translate the paella orders for 100 people.
Responsible for securing the paella, or is that your brother's job, or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and no one else could communicate with him, so I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
How believable is that? I mean, if you're a personal chef that comes with your equipment to an exclusive high-rise to cook fucking paella for some rich dentists, you can talk English. Enough to serve fucking paella.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
No one else we could communicate with the paella chef. Charlie pulled out the Pictionary easel and was drawing a picture of a big paella dish with an arrow pointing towards a big mouth. And the fucking chef just sat there saying, "¿Qué? ¿Qué?"
I don't remember.
So there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's...
Let's freeze frame on this scowl.
Of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about...
Oh, I'm so outraged. How dare you? How dare you?
I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
So there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's... Of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about the grandchildren, getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that
parents
have been
had
the
full
big gift?
unfettered access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they
Yeah.
did.
They were
In fact, for the last 10 years, they've pretty much had sole custody.
50% of the time with Dan Markel, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full unfettered access.
On the occasion that we're talking about, Dad's birthday, was that one of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
During that 7-hour trip, or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
Any further discussion about bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude your mom from having contact with the kids?
No.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been, I mean,
You mentioned the broken television at the Yardbird dinner that happened in March. And oh, what's that? March, April, May, June, July. What's that? March, April, May, June, July. 5 months. Let's be kind and say 4. 4 months. Your TV has been broken for a minimum. And it just, repair day fell on murder morning. For something that's completely not repairable, there's a crack in the television. What do you do with a crack in the television? You throw it out and you get a new television. Who doesn't know that?
I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay, would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right, and do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No,
Why not?
because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy.
Yeah, I called my brother with the perfect excuse to triangulate calls between 3 different individual parties on murder morning, so that we could speak in a code without speaking in a code and just have an apparent innocuous conversation.
Buy a new TV.
Yeah.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 40.
You know what it was when they went to, what was it, Guatemala? Who was all in Guatemala? Was it all of them? I don't know. But it would have been like this, right? Wendi phones Charlie, and if there's any need to call off the hit, it would have been like, if on the call I decide, hey, you know what, I'm just going to get a new TV. That means call off the hit. If it's still left ambiguous, like, okay, well, let's make a decision later, that means move ahead with the hit, don't call off the hit. That's how it works.
5 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure. That's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you, like, this thing can't be repaired, or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being... Oh, yes, I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
And
so nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Did you ever use the TV as code for the murder?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
No.
Do you remember on July?
Hey, as we're talking TVs, let's go and have a look at the TV repair man's statement. One Robert Schwartz. Robert tells us, upon arriving at client's home, client stated there were lines in TV. Upon inspection, informed her there was impact damage, and although she did not get distraught, you could see in her face she was upset, sad. Remember her saying her son said he didn't do it, but she wasn't there. He was being watched by her dad at the time. Went over costs of replacement. Client stated TV was a gift from brother at some point. I believe she was texting him or someone. What does that say? Talked to client about prices. She stated she would speak with someone, and I left with the intent to call later about decision. At home, roughly between 8:30 and 9:15. I think it's so funny that he's born exactly 18 days before Wendi. April 4th, 79. They could be twins. So that's what Robert Schwartz has to tell us.
July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacasse at your place on Aqua Ridge. Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up, so I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
All right. So on that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence?
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
And you couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman?
I can't imagine I would have said that.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacasse, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not 4 days before the murder?
No.
All right, so end of June 2014.
Neville, darling, I don't know if you're trying to say elaborate or laborious. Maybe it's an amalgamation of the two words, an elaborious explanation. Both of them fit.
Would have been the last time you saw him?
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June, at which point we had a big argument, and I really didn't.
Yeah, all you can see is a penis on Wendy's face. You think she's been to some like dodgy bukkake parties with Daniel Sack, with 6 guys around her.
Want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night and telling him I wanted to have some space.
Okay, so 4 days before the murder?
So 4 days before Danny was killed.
All right, and that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space, yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while, and I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right, so what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay, so it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30.
Sure.
Okay, and did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather, or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime, and there's electrical storms and trees fall, so that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at
Gee, you'd think if there was the kind of weather that would blow down a tree, you'd notice, right? Like shit, it's windy today.
school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Bearing in mind, we saw the weather yesterday at the premiere footage, at the bus cam footage.
Fucking
And,
A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, Ryden, thanks so much for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. It was a fine Tallahassee morning. You know, we had a real good view of the trees in the premiere footage from that camera that was like looking for owls or something. They weren't even blowing. It's completely unreasonable that a tree blew down.
Me.
All right, so did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed, I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
no, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal, and Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time, and we left voicemails for each other but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten, meaning I had taken it upon myself to make that decision and pressured Markel to accept what I said was the only option that mattered.
I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
I mean, I think it was about our son's school.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really remember.
Okay. Included in that was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would leave.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voicemail?
Sure.
Just take a moment to review that and let me know when you're done.
Okay. Okay.
So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Getting along great.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor.
Please move on.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there, because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So
Okay.
it would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
It's 18 minutes sound.
Yeah, it would have been conveniently, ample time enough to cancel the hit if we needed. If I had dictated that through our clever worked out code, like, yeah, I think I'm just going to get a new TV. I'm going to go and get a new TV right now. That would mean call off the hit, and he would have enough time to do that.
Incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably. Maybe I would have asked him about his work, or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markel's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school, so it's everybody seems to have it, but
Yeah, let me just run away from the premise of your question. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school. Did you have WhatsApp back in 2014? Were you communicating on an encrypted line? Well, now with the school and the children, we have to encrypt because of security. Children security encrypt. That's not what I meant, Mrs. Adelson.
I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Patricia Burns. Bush.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. If I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
It's just not.
Did you ever talk to your brother in this fucking incessant sing-song voice that you're doing right now? Fucking... Ugh. I'm running out of patience. It is difficult, isn't it? To listen to this shit.
Sure.
Yeah,
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
no.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
Hey, Wendy, what about... Hey, I don't know if I communicated with Catherine Magbanua. It was 10 years ago.
All right, let's talk about... Well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party, so I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that
No,
timing?
that sounds right.
Okay, and then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic, I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All right.
And so it was,
And is the restaurant where law enforcement came to speak with you and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
that's correct.
Right. Do you agree?
Where you didn't know if you were a suspect before they had told you anything about what this was relating to. I didn't know if I was a suspect. A suspect to what, Wendy? A suspect to what?
Or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media, and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
Mm.
And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press just
It
as
was
much
not in the
as
press.
Markel?
Not yet.
So, I mean, you thought, apparently, that it was either your family that did this, Amy Adler's ex, a student with a bad grade, or Jeff. So, the student with the bad grade was so pissed off that not only did he put 2 bullets in his professor's head, he then decided to get in his car, take the 9-hour drive down to Miami, looking at every preschool for any 3-year-old and 4-year-old with the Markel surname, and execute them because of that D-. Well, Amy Adler's ex was so enraged by the fact that Markel was doinking his former wife that it wasn't enough for him to travel from New York to Tallahassee and execute a father of 2. He then turned his weapon to the children. Well, what was the other option? Jeff, who had spent the last 6 months being a third parent to the boys, decided that your betrayal was so great that the only way that he could appropriately retaliate to your adulterous actions was to murder a 3-year-old and 4-year-old children. Okay. What was the other option? I feel like we only covered 3. What was it? Jeff, Amy Adler's ex, student with a bad grade, or Was there another one? Oh, her family. Yeah, well, they know your last name is Adelson, so they'll probably be able to look you up. It's not working, Wendy. Why were you scared? Who were you scared of? The no-nonsense rabbis?
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide.
A year after.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay. Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the
Fucking
murder?
A, bro. I'm
My
gonna
attorney has
fucking
advised me
fuck
not
up
to have
whoever the fuck you
conversations with
fucking with
anyone.
me.
Hello, Kyle, pariah. Thank you so much, Kyle, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
My family about the case.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother might have done it.
No, I did not.
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
You see, here she had some opportunity to extend on that, and actually what she was saying in the interview was more distant from believing that Charlie could have possibly had part of it than she is here. Here, you know, when she's denying herself, it's with super conviction, right? Absolutely not. Did you have any part in this murder? Absolutely not. Did you know it was going to happen but not know the details? No. But when it's Charlie, it's like, well, I thought of lots of people. Him and others and him. You know, she knows that he's done. She knows he's done. Her only goal here is self-preservation. And I believe that Charlie going down and Wendi not really doing much about it helps her. And I think she knows that. My point being that for Wendi, the best outcome of this trial is that Charlie does not get off. Okay? Does everyone see this? Do I need to go and get evidence to support that, or is everyone in agreement? Because I am so sure of this, and I can find a boatload of evidence to support it. Wendy's preferred outcome, what's best for Wendi here, is that Charlie doesn't get off. There's really not a doubt in my mind about that. If I need to go and get evidence to support that, I will. In fact, I will anyway, because I know that a bunch of people out there, even if it's not these people in chat, a bunch of people still don't know these facts, right? We need to write this down. We need to write this down. What can we write down? Charlie's trial. Best outcome for Wendi is that Charlie doesn't get off and is found guilty. And you know what? It's going to be exactly the same for Donna. There's no Wendi coming in to support an idea of Donna's innocence. That's not going to happen. She will self-preserve and she will hang her mother out to dry. And do it with a smile. And on the one hand, it's justified to her because it's your own damn fault. You were fucking idiots. Your performance following the bump was ridiculous. Your emails were transparent, so on and so on and so on. On the other hand, I really believe that there's some satisfaction, some ultimate expression of her deepest resentments towards Donna for her meddling, for her persuasion. For always seeing Wendi as the weakling of the pack. Who came out on top here, Donna? Look at you now. Look at you now.
Right, and one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't
right?
really believe that was possible.
George's best performances are all in this trial. Best closing. Fucking phenomenal cross-examination of Charlie Adelson. Phenomenal direct examination of Wendi. June's a lot of fun too. And Katie. Got Katie to come.
It was part of the
God, I'd actually forgotten about that. I was trying to save myself.
plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this.
Absolutely not.
Is it better?
Oh, didn't like that, right? You know, normally when there's that kind of question that's not so direct as did you have any part in the murder of your ex-husband? You know, that's a very direct accusatory question. with an implicit statement within it. Then the denial with strong conviction, it makes a lot of sense either way, right? But on this occasion, I think Wendi, most of the time she does these denials that are like, who, me? Like, I don't even know what you're talking about or why that would be relevant. Did you drive down Trescott? Yeah, I thought a tree had blown down or whatever. It's like this kind of like not even acknowledging the you know what I mean? The relevancy of what's involved in the question. Sing-song voice. But here, I think she got a little bit heated because it was right on the money, right? It was actually the exposure. What did Georgia say? She said, was it part of the plan for you to maintain plausible deniability? Let's hear it again. And there's a strong denial, a convicted denial. Whereas with this type of question, Wendi would normally do the, I don't even know what you're driving at kind of denial, right? Who, me? But I think Wendi got a little bit heated because it's so accurate, right? That is part of the plan for Wendi to maintain the plausible deniability.
Could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6
No, I've
hours,
gone back
terrified
too
out
far.
of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right. And one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't
right?
really believe that was possible.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God.
Shit, did I just miss it? Let's read in the comments.
If I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better?
Little too close to home, that one, Wendi, wasn't it? Get that back. Get that away. Get that away.
For both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you...
This is really good. The way that she's responding here, Georgia has just lined up these last few questions of her direct beautifully. Because the way that she's responding here is incongruent with her entire hour and 36-minute testimony so far, right? She's responding differently. And that tells us something.
You might be a suspect in this case.
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
I assumed I was a suspect even before I knew anything had happened. When we were on the way to the police station and Isom said to me, I can't speak to you until we get to headquarters. I knew I was a suspect straight away as the ex-wife to nothing.
What was your first thought when you were asked
Evan's back!
if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I...
So, on the one hand, Markel is dead, I can move to Miami, and on the other option, he's still alive and I'm still married to him and stuck in Tallahassee. Well, that's a rock and a hard place. I just don't know. I
complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have...
She says that like that happens all the time, like, you know. And I'm sure it's happened, but not that much. Not that much. For it to be included as like someone's been shot, must have been a bad fucking D- student. Some fucking D, yeah. Danny was always tough with those grades. What did she say to Jeff? Oh, so many people hated Danny that it would be impossible to find out who did this. Statements like that to someone like Jeff is just like, what the fuck? Know your audience, okay?
wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't say any of that before. I mean, the first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You say Charlie might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may. This is going to be tab 1, page 25.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say no, he would never.
Yeah, you fucking corrupt Kappelman with your highlighting and, you know, selective prosecution.
You need a copy?
Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no. And when Isom starts to ask you, what good does it serve? You say, I mean my brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy. All right. Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's...
Yeah, all right. Yeah. What, like Luis Rivera and Sigfredo? This is my grateful face. Can't you see how grateful I am that they're already in jail, rotting?
Your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired them, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid them.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too.
No!
You didn't want them held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
You know what I love about that line from Georgia? It's not just the line that's fantastic, but the follow-up head scratch it's almost choreographed. It's wonderful. What's wonderful about it? I don't know, but it is.
Too. You didn't want them held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what I say.
Different now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Cross-examination.
Judge, may we do a sidebar first?
Very briefly.
Very briefly.
Very briefly, Judge. Hey, Evan, thanks so much for the super chat. Superstar Evan. Wicked, awesome, Evan. Thank you for supporting the channel the way that you do. Yeah, okay, we've got about 28 minutes of cross-examination. The gentlest, kindest cross-examination from kind Daniel Rashbaum in history. Now, we've had a look at Wendy's attitude through this direct examination, kind of. My takeaways are that the best outcome for her is that Charlie does go down for it. Fuck him. He's a lost cause anyway, and he's a sinking ship I don't want to be tied to. And it's his own damn fault. But while I'm here, performing my obligatory duties in service of justice for my children's murdered father, obviously I'm going to have to pretend that I believe Charlie. But I'm not going to go to any effort. I'm certainly not going to throw myself under the bus in order to defend him. He's done. And she fucking knows that, right? She understands the evidence against him. As you know, they all do. Donna's fucking deluded. I think Harvey probably had a pretty good idea. I mean, I think Harvey was hoping that, you know, paying the $1 million for a jury consultant, but he's not an attorney. Wendi is. You know, if we all can see that the jury consultancy game is fucking snake oil salesman. Hey, you want you're a desperate man with a shitload of money and nothing to lose? Yeah. I can help you out. Just one thing. My fee. Yeah, that's $1 million. But hey, you know, you're gonna be you'll be in a really good position. No. That's the easiest sell in the world. And what did he do? Josh Dubin, he came in, scowled at the jury, acted like he knew anything or cared, and got his check. You know, I'm pretty sure that if we can all see what that game is about, Wendi gets it. You know, Harvey, I think, just, you know, even though he's probably got more is also accustomed to believing that money can buy you freedom, and we're just going to get this connection, this contact, and we're going to do this thing because we're rich, and that's what we do. He's into buying his way out of stuff or buying his way around stuff, right? Okay, so he probably believed a bit of it too. I think Wendy's the one who sees, without a shadow of a doubt, Charlie's going down with whatever I do, and I'm not going to fucking sacrifice myself in service of this. So what I will do is use my time on the stand to further my own innocence. And if he did get off by some imaginary possibility, and she could be seen to have assisted that, like, no, I think it was definitely not him, and so on and so on and so on, with a little bit more forceful conviction of disbelief that he could have had anything to do with it, because she's pretty distant from that, right? She's like, well, I heard something this morning. I heard a claim that was made. I don't know if it's true, and all of this sort of stuff. So that's my takeaway from the direct examination. Now, moving on to cross. Because it seems, from my memory at least, I have watched it a few times, but we're going to watch it again with a clear eyes, that Daniel Rashbaum is also on board with this thing of, well, fucking, what are we wasting our time dreaming that we've got a shot at getting Charlie off this? Let's use the time to defend Wendi. Georgia brings that up at some point. Is it in closing? It might be in closing. He says to the jury, why are they spending so much time defending Wendi? She's not on trial for these things. It's noticed throughout that Daniel Rashbaum seems to be focused on defendants that are not on trial, particularly Wendi, and stuff like that. So let's see what he does. How long do you think it's going to be, though, before he says, Charlie likes to talk a lot, right? He talks all day, doesn't he? And he would repeat himself a lot, right? Because he likes to talk a lot, right? Hey, thanks so much, CD Light, for the super chat. Yeah, good job, guys. Good job.
You may examine when you're ready.
Take your own.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Adelson, we've met before, right?
Yes,
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
that's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrests of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You were at your parents' house, and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those 3 killers, including Katie Magben.
What is the Jewish version of a Wonder Bread Whop? Mountain Dew Jew.
Magbanawa.
Or just Mountain Dew?
They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Miss Adelson, did you have anything to do with the murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit. I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done.
Yeah, buy yourself some time, Rashban.
Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents.
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes.
You went to a public high school?
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
But around a year or two before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Now, you got asked a lot of questions about divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but
You were just seeking the court to enforce its previous order, right?
that's correct.
Now remember you said that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
I'm gonna, can I borrow that binder? This is it. I'm going to draw your attention. This is State's Exhibit 56. I'm going to draw your attention to page 187. And I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family. At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not. The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty.
Unfounded or redundant, immaterial, scandalous, and impertinent?
Accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You can stop there.
Okay.
Again, that is not written by her. You know, it's just written in a speaking way. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told friends and colleagues that she must have mental health issues. That's not how a document should read, especially a legal one.
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing something like that?
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move on. When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004 when I went up to D.C. to interview.
Okay, hold on. We've got a pariah emergency. What happened? Do we know what happened? Like, you mean on a timeout? I forgot. Oh, here's Pariah. Anyway. Pariah's back, everybody. Crisis averted.
For a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family.
Our chief of security has gone mad with power. She'll hide anyone that moves. But then she'll unhide you a few minutes later. Don't worry.
And by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you recall if you introduced him to Charlie?
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markel?
I honestly don't remember his reaction, but
were they buddies?
no.
Charlie's going to tell us all about how he felt about Professor Markel. Thought he was a nice guy. little on the nerdy, nice guy. We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he'd have wanted to have a beer together with me having a beer and him having a beer. We could have had a beer, but we never had a beer together. I never took him out on the jet ski, and we never sat together in a love seat.
They really had nothing in common, right?
No, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly. Is that fair to say?
We did, yep.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had 2 children.
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor Markel get along with your parents?
Yep.
Yeah, fine. No, fine. No, they got along, yeah.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, and then we'll go back. Do you remember asking Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in Tallahassee?
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
How often did you speak to each other?
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in Tallahassee, is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys, so definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while, so he came by then. But so maybe 3 times.
They don't have dentists in Alabama. If you've got a problem with your teeth, they just hit you in the mouth with a muddy shovel.
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markel started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
And some of these issues had
Where's Felisa Pastor, our friend in Birmingham? She'll tell you.
to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you two were growing apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you got marriage counseling, right?
We did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
I think about 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close as you are with your mom, while in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Do you recall a time when you and Charlie...
This is bullshit about the counselling, right? There was no counselling. Has that ever been backed up? I don't think so. I think she's just trying to make it look like it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment surprise attack, Visigoth-like sacking of the marital home.
You were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems.
I do.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, life is short, so if you're unhappy, then, you can make a different choice.
Yeah. Life is short, Sister Wendi. If you're unhappy, it's never too late to make the choice, the right choice for you. For you and the boys, Wendi, to be happy. You'll make that choice today, Wendi. Step into the light. Step into the light. Yeah, that fits. That fits with all of the calls that we've heard of Charlie talking.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot where you told Charlie that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
Okay, this is a message to everybody in the chat. If you ever catch me eating at the Melting Pot, I want you to take out a Remington 303 rifle and blow my fucking head off.
And when you told Charlie that you were going to file for divorce, did he have anger and hatred towards Professor Markel?
No.
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place, and my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012, is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markel was out of town, right?
He was. I called him and let him know that I had filed.
You're a non-confrontational person, right?
It is not my best quality, yes.
but you had been in marriage.
He's cherry picking that from Jeff Lacasse's interview so that it seems that it's a backed up opinion from another source. Jeff Lacasse said to Eisen, "One thing about Wendi, she really hates confrontation." Well, she might have given you the appearance of someone who hated confrontation. It seems to me that when she's got 3 $600 an hour attorneys filing vicious petitions over tennis rackets and bicycles, she's not adverse to it. You know, she'll roll with it. If a tennis racket is at stake, oh baby, watch out.
Counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
I did.
So there was some planning, correct?
A little bit of planning. Yeah, a little bit of planning. Didn't have to move into a Motel 6, you know, pack one bag, like you said, and blah, blah, blah. A little bit of planning, like go and set up a lease on what apparently was a pretty nice house on Aqua Ridge Way. Well, la-dee-da. Aqua Ridge Way is just one of those street names where you know exactly what the kind of area is going to be like, isn't it?
Yes.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize the...
Hey, C. Malone's coming to Portugal. Yeah, there's no melting pots here, my friend. There's barely even a subway. You know, there's not a lot of chains. But you'll eat well in Porto, don't worry. Yeah.
email addresses on this document?
I do.
Oh, thanks so much, AJ, for the £5. British pounds. Thank you, AJ.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address, so that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1 at this time.
Is there an objection?
Objection, hearsay.
Approach. Please bring the exhibit with you.
Sustained. Guarantee it.
This is an email between your mom and you in July of 2012, right?
Yes.
And just pointing to just under...
It's Roadway, Neverly. RODE.
Paragraph 2. I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another location. There was...
So let's have a look at this. I don't think I've seen this before, apart from here. Questions to ask. 1. What are the logistics of having him served? Understand that he will be out of town while I am planning to move to a new location. I do not want to be in the house with him and my children to inform him of this action. I want to be in a separate and safe location. Fucking bitch. A. Where can he be served? Only in Tallahassee or in another state? Where can this take place? Who serves him? Can I include a letter with the notification papers? He is going to be furious about this. Once he calls me, should I meet him anywhere? In my new location, back at the house we lived in? At a neutral location? Only at your office? Or not at all until you tell me I can? Unbelievable. and the final option, right? I don't know if she's this bad at writing, or by this option D, she's trying to confer this frantic, panicked, options, need help, blah, blah, blah. But the placement of the final option is put there to push it to be the option that is suggested. Let's hear those options again. He is going to be furious about this. See how the first sentence and the last sentence connect. He is going to be furious about this. Once he calls me, should I meet him anywhere? In my new location? Back at the house we lived in? At a neutral location? Only at your office? Or not at all until you tell me I can? What do you think that lawyer suggested? Obviously the last one. E. What happens financially once he's served? Can he still access and empty our savings and checkings account, or is there a legal freeze of some sort that prevents him from that action? Justifying her taking the money out beforehand? He has all the access codes to the accounts. I do not. Well, you had the access to Schwab. When I told him a year ago that I was thinking of ending our marriage, he informed me I would end up with nothing, no money, no ability to access the accounts. We have a considerable nest egg saved up, and I would like to prevent this from happening. How do we do that? You are some piece of work, man. 2. Do I have the right to take my children with me? Understand they are 3 and almost 22 months old. Even if I can only take them temporarily until a legal arrangement is determined, that's fine. I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another location. I have just secured a rental for which I have given a deposit for a lease that starts September 1st. I plan to move there at the end of the first week in September. Of September, you fucking twat. At the end of the first week in September. It's of, you fucking twat. Right after he leaves town for a few days. A. If I can take my children, how does daycare work? Since we are both allowed to pick the children up until a legal arrangement can be made to share the children, how do I prevent him from just going to daycare and picking them up? My husband is a Canadian citizen and both children have passports. Can he take them out of the country? He currently holds a green card but not a US citizen. I bet she'd love to get that revoked, right? No more green card. Back to Toronto, Dan. What can I legally remove from the house to my new location? Well, half the dining chairs, obviously. Other than personal things for myself, can I take any furniture? Can I take half of the furniture? I am not looking to take everything. Can I take my children's cribs, or do I need to buy new ones? Or can I take the ones in the house, which I would prefer to do, and buy others to replace them, so he will have 2 other cribs? Yeah, I'm sure that happened when they are in the house with him. Can I take half my children's clothing, toys, books, etc., so that I have things at my house as well? What will be my immediate financial responsibilities regarding our current house? We have a monthly mortgage payment, blah, 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 blah. Interesting. I had not read that before. That's sent July 27th, 2012. So, yeah, quite a while. Isn't that Ben's birthday? I think Ben's birthday is the 29th, July 29th. It's right around there, though, isn't it? Very, very manipulative letter.
Concern that you wanted to make sure that you weren't breaking the law, right?
Correct.
What can I legally remove from the house to the new location? There was concern that you wanted to do everything within the law, right?
Correct.
Swindon?
Now, we've heard a lot about this TV already, so let's just clear this up right now. Charlie
Let's
bought you
clear
the
this
TV,
up right now.
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV...
Oh, Dan Rashbaum is so relatable. He falls for the what is it? The Super Geek package. The Geek Squad Super package.
It's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
I think he just bills all of his Best Buy purchases directly to the Adelsons anyway.
Do you know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that. Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was...
Thank you, C. Malone. Does Subway serve francesinha in Porto? We are only traveling with Subway gift cards. Yeah, I think there's one in Porto. Seriously, there's one Subway in about a 400-mile radius where I am.
serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand.
In what way does that representation of what Daniel Rashbaum has just said defend his client, Charlie Adelson? It doesn't at all. Wendi is not an element to the charges against Charlie. She's here, she's testified, she's verified emails that show the climate of the family. But she is not an element in the state's claim of Charlie's actions. She's window dressing at best. Daniel Rashbaum's question here is only defending one person, and that's this person, the person who is not on trial and hasn't been charged.
Let me rephrase. They have you guys as co-conspirators.
Say it again.
Once you bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
We've got 11 minutes left of footage, guys, so that probably means we're on for about 15 to 20 minutes. Head us up with those final coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Support the channel. Support yourself. Support us. Support you. Support we. Don't support Wendi. Don't support Rashbaum. Don't support any Adelson, except maybe Rob, who should be in the witness protection program or living with Judge Everett, where they can have coffee cake. Buy me a coffee cake at buymeacoffeecake.com/True Crime Metrix. Links in the description.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that. Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
I'm quite surprised at the half empty, or is it half full, gallery. Look, we've got Ruth Markel, Morgan Honeycutt, John LaRoe, that couple of creators, and then the passenger from the Titanic on the back row in the pink shawl. We don't know the others, but it's pretty empty, right?
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
Here.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase. They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together, right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurred out a statement?
Look at Georgia. Georgia's having a great time looking at this monkey.
Like that.
I clearly would not.
Hey, John LaRoe, I think you've spent enough time in the tanning bed.
Sustained.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff Lacoste?
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
March, mentioning TV was broken. March, Yardbird. March 2014. March, April, May, June, July. 5 fucking months. Broken TV. Not repaired. Not replaced. Just watched by screaming kids who are crying because they can't see Minions or whatever.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
$2 million, Mary. For Daniel Rashbaum, $2 million. Or at least 1.8, but there were shitloads. He's cleared way over 2 million for his
During
whole
your divorce,
role.
you spoke to your mom daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation, so that sounds right.
And it's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
Hmm? Really? Have you heard the call with June Umchinda? June. You're being weird, June. June, you're making me want to go and be with other girls. You're making me want to be with other girls, June. Okay, so just come over and work out and watch the basketball game and we're good. No, you told me to cheat. You told me to cheat, June. You're stupid, June. You're either stupid or you're lying. You're being weird, June.
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life.
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
It was, virtually, 90% of the dodgy dealings he was doing, the IRS never knew about. They never found out. It was going great, He would use multiple women simultaneously and, not have to give them back anything, in terms of emotional support or, they would just, playthings, that he could just pick up when it suited him, just pick up and, have them perform acts. His life was going great.
The divorce was settled in July of 2013.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. I felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now I want to talk a little bit about this
Really? Is that how you remember it? Oh, there we go. July 30th, 2013. The divorce is final, and I have a sense of relief. We can all move on with our lives. Actually, no, I'd prefer to go into some vicious litigation for the next 12 months, building up to a hired hit. That sounds way more fun.
Location issue. Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying.
Are we back? Hello? Hello? Are we back? Someone say if we're back. My phone died, but I think we're back. Oh, are we back? Hey, Paul M., are we back? Amy says we're back. We're back. Cool. Sorry about that, guys.
The funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU. What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU.
Is this a cross-examination or a fucking job interview? Yes, I was valedictorian of my high school, graduated a virgin, and went on to get a full scholarship at Harvard Law. Well, not Harvard Law, for fuck's sake. What was it? Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, and then I worked at the human traffic, whatever.
But by that point, I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the
medical and legal
medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Hey, shithead, we're here about your murdered ex-husband, the father of your children. We don't care about your job history. No, at that time I was running something called a medical legal partnership, so that was my responsibility to not only liaise with the lawyers, but also the doctors. And we would liaise the medical and the legal to help the victims and blah, 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 blah. Murder trial. Your brother is on trial for the murder of your ex-husband.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more...
Man, Judge Everett is going to need a big bag of Skittles after listening to this shit. We're talking family pack.
Time with the kids if I could relocate. But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen, and I was pretty happy being at my job.
Right, someone settle this for me right now. Judge Everett, M&M's, peanut or chocolate?
Now, you were a non-tenured clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair
Sure.
to say?
Mm-hmm.
And you were, you had a lot of responsibilities, now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to give you an opportunity for more stability. Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family
Sure.
in South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Now, even with this relocation request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markel to be absent from your boy's life?
Never. No.
Never. No, never. Never. No, I wanted him to be present and to take the boys to synagogue and listen to the absorb the incense and prayers at the temple, and to also teach them about the importance of a kosher diet, so that I could feel really alienated from my own children. Yeah, no, that was always my intention.
Okay. When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers. Yes.
Totally bonkers. Totally bonkers. That's what she just said. The woman who ran a medical and legal partnership, liaising with the lawyers and the doctors to help the victims of the human traffic. Totally bonkers.
We saw the email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you
Which Mary is Mary A? I think she's on a sugar high. She's had a Judge Everett size handful of Skittles mixed with peanut M&Ms. All in the same mouthful. He doesn't discriminate.
ever do any of that?
No. No.
So you never dressed the kids up, you never baptized them, you never took a picture of them?
No.
Okay.
Hey, Pinto.
Did your mom keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
By the way, in all of these emails...
One crazy email? Because we have 4 of them on record here in the Metrix studio. So, you know, and I think there are many more. I'd love to have a full read of that document we were just reading, and Neverly Darling thought that was from Donna to Wendi. No, that was from Wendi to some preliminary representative, it would seem, but we couldn't see the email address of the recipient. Yeah, no, I'd really love to start going through this. In fact, we might just start reading documents. You know how many documents I got yesterday? 77. Not all of them are good. Some of them are pretty cursory, but we got all 77 documents. Yeah. Oh, wait until you see our brand new website, guys, when it's done. The good news is that you can help support make that happen with, well, actually, I think our goal finished. But don't worry, head over to buymeacoffeecake.com and buy Judge Everett a coffeecake.com.
Did your mom ever tell you to do something violent
No.
to Professor Markel?
No.
Was there ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No, never.
Mr. Rauschenbaum, I'm going to permit you to ask one more question, and from there, we're going to go to recess for the evening, but your examination of the witness will go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard of the Prof's blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do, yes.
Would it surprise... Well, what is the Prof's blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 2. And this will be quick, Your Honor. I promise.
I was going to say, we went from 1 to 5 real quick.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit to the witness.
He's chuckling again.
Does this look like a posting from the Prof's blog?
It does, yes.
Judge, I admit Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objections of the state?
I'd like to take a look at it first, Your Honor.
Final thought. What do you think Judge Everett and General Isom would get up to on a boys' weekend? You know, I bet they'd have fun. You know, sort of, like a pie shop crawl, or, you know, every bakery in Tallahassee, and they've got a checklist with a little map, and they just go from place to place. You know, one place will be famous for the cherry sponge, another place will be famous for the Black Forest Gatto, but with Oreos on the top layer, right? How much milk do you think they'd get through between them? I'm guessing in excess of 100 gallons, you know, the full weekend. There's got to be a way for us to at least encourage, you know, if we said, listen, guys, we are going to provide this opportunity for you to do the pie shop crawl around Tallahassee. All milk will be provided, and it's going to be sponsored. It's going to be sponsored to help children with leukemia. How can they say no? And we'll be able to follow them around with a video camera, place to place. It's an easy sell. I mean, it's not like they're not going to want to do it. You know what I mean? But if it's for a good cause, maybe they'd be okay with us filming it and putting it on the internet for everybody. How about that for a fucking scoop?
Okay, go.
I know, right? You can feel Charlie, right? Like he's watching his horse come in.
Right. You don't have to approach. We're going to handle this without the jurors.
I'll ask it one last question, and then we can, if you would, we can handle.
One means one, not five.
One means one.
I don't think so, Maria. The more beer they drank, the less room they'd have for pudding.
Do you know if Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his prof's blog?
He would post it on his prof's blog and on his Facebook.
That's my one question, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for this evening. The examination of Ms. Adelson will continue in the morning. The instruction that you've received from the beginning of jury selection and throughout, I'm going to repeat it once again because it is important. Do not discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Do not look at any news reports. Do not seek out any information about this matter. You are to report at the same time that you were today, 8:30, and we will get started by 8:45, assuming everyone is on time. Also, when we come out of these breaks, because you have to move as a group, if you can go to the restroom as expeditiously as possible, it will not hold up moving on. All right. Have a good night.
Leave your notepads face down on your chairs.
It's the end of day one. The end of day one, guys. So that means tomorrow we're moving on. We're moving right on to day 2. I'm trying to think who... It's going to be Wendi again for the rest of Cross and Redirect. I don't think there's too much left of her. I think after Wendi is June Chinder, then Jeff Lacasse. That's reasonably lengthy. I'm trying to remember who else is in the state's case. Charlie was the only defense witness. So the state seems to have about another at least 3 days of testimony. I mean, Chris Corbett, obviously. God, that's going to be long. I bet that's going to be more than a whole day. That's all right. That's all right. We love him. We love him as much as he loves radio signals and Cellbrite downloads, mirror drives. What else are we doing? I guess we're wrapping it up tonight. That's 4 hours, 11 minutes. Many thanks, guys. Many thanks to everybody still here in chat. To the chatters. The super chatters. The super sticker givers. Oh, yeah. Coffees. Don't panic, guys. Anyone who didn't join the coffee club, the Metrix Coffee Club, the fun doesn't end because you can still head over to buymeacoffeecake.com and buy us a coffee if you would like to support the channel and reward us for our fantastic and faultless work. Yeah. No, we really appreciate all the support, guys. Many thanks to the chatters, the super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go-getters, members as well. Oh, yeah, new members. All those new members. Many thanks, Amy, for posting those new memberships. We will say... Oh, and the moderators, the bulletproof Metrix moderators, each one more glorious than the last. Okay, we're going to say goodnight, folks. Adios, True Crime Metrix out.